Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? I hope you guys enjoyed the event yesterday.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
That is not on screen. You are right. That is now on screen. You make it into a YouTube video? No. No, I won't. I don't know. We don't know what they do yet, so how would I know? Anyways, what are we doing with our resin today? We're farming for I know what we're. I hate farming ley lines, but yeah. Oh no, we're condensing. You're right. Wow. You're actually so right. We are condensing. No, you're right. Wait. Chat. You remembered. I forgot, but you remembered. Do you think Farazan is gonna show up in Wanderer Pounder? I feel like she might not. Alright, in that case, we can immediately move to Linkers! So, the bosses got buffed, and now 9.2 million HP. True. It is worth noting, 9 million HP, 90 seconds, that's 100k DPS. And that's 100k true DPS. I can't do that. My characters can't do that. But I'm excited for it. Have reduced res though? No, they don't. You reduce res for 5 seconds after countering it, sure. Although to be fair, I guess he does lose a percentage of his max HP when you counter him. So it's not actually 9 million. It's probably like...
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure.
Wait.
While water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma,
oh wait.
water possesses a depth
it's only 3%? Oh, they changed it for that too. Holy shit.
But it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Oh god, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm hyped for that. Like, I don't vertically invest into my characters. If my account is able to do the highest difficulty content, then by definition, the highest difficulty content isn't that hard. It's good if the highest difficulty is out of my reach. I think. That's fine. This is cringe, but yeah. I wish the Regis was tankier, though. Should be able to clear the hard content with any coherent, well put together team, in my opinion. I disagree. Like, if you can just do that, then what about people that actually vertically invest into their account? It kind of sucks for them. Like, I can agree with you for, like, permanent content that actually gives meaningful rewards. But temporary combat events where the highest difficulty gives you, like, 20,000 Mora, I just think you're being very selfish if you think it shouldn't be hard. Like, I don't know, man. You can just Hyperloop Nivelette with shield the whole... Oh, yeah. Klugi. Nivelette is gonna be great on this one. For sure. Klugi. Prefer it to be there, but not have rewards, so you can just test it out if you want to. I mean, that's basically what it is, man. 20,000 Mora is not a real reward. It's there so that the claim button gives you serotonin when you click on it. It's not there to be a meaningful reward. When you get 3 fucking Mystic Enhancement ores from the highest difficulty of an event, it's not because they're trying to give you a certain amount of rewards. They just want you to be able to click on the claim button because it feels good to do that. Okay. When a mental skill casting damage, generate 5 fire particles, CD 0.5 seconds. Dot doesn't trigger this. Yeah, okay. This is... The rest is, yeah, stuff we knew. And then they buffed her resistance to interruption. On C1. On the preload. C0, C1, C2 got buffed? I mean, not really. C0 didn't get buffed because they only... Okay, I mean, I guess you won't get cancelled out of your elemental skill. That's kind of nice, but, like... You do it at the very start of your rotation. Enemies haven't had time to start an attack on you yet when you use your E. So, like, that shouldn't have happened to begin with. And the pro... Oh, you get good resistance to interruption while you're doing your exploration charge attack. Amazing. That's gonna be great. Alright. New map in 4.8. A mechanism called the Wind Passage. Wait, does that mean Mondstadt? Mondstadt expansion? Alright. Genshin Impact. We have had drip marketing for Sethos, who I believe is a 4. That's holy fucking yapping Jesus Christ. Sijuin, who's a 5-star, I think. And Clyde, who's also a 5-star. Alright, I guess it's time to read their thingies, right? Okay. Chlorinde, Candlebearer, Shadow Hunter. What the fuck are they yapping about? They're just putting words together. What do you mean, Candlebearer? What? I guess she bears the candle. And she hunts the shadows. Disputes or Amora doesn't in Fontaine. See, I hate shit like this, okay? Cause it truly does bother me that the word for money and the word for dollar are the same in Tevat. Cause this just feels like wrong. Like, people why is the currency's name money? And they use it interchangeably. And I hate it. I hate it so much. And the reason I hate it is because it's very clear that the only reason why it's used like that is because they didn't fucking think it through. That was your favorite emote. Mine is Omegalol eating an eggplant. You're saying the generic concept of money and the currency are the same name? Yeah, they call it the same thing. And I hate it. Anyways. A playwright might accuse a fanatical reader of imitating their style and digging up a pen name too close to their own, to the point that even the newspapers could not distinguish the genuine article. A merchant might accuse a colleague of targeted malicious cutthroat competition, of not only constantly adjusting their prices, but intentionally setting up shop directly opposite them. What? Does that mean does this mean that in Fontaine you can sue someone for being your competition? That's funny. That is it's wow, Fontaine fucking sucks. Even America can't do that. Yeah, even you know it's bad when you have less rights than Americans. Jesus. Ordinary disputes can be settled by Gald rushing onto the scene. There are always a minority of claimants who think themselves most clever in their ulterior intent, will obstinately press for court proceedings just to get their name out there. And if their dual applications were to be approved, they might be famous indeed. However, if some well-meaning neighbor were to tell them, I've heard that the most recently rostered champion duelist is Miss Clorind, these same clever folk would almost instantly be deflated of all their arrogant airs, like a violet gold angler gull caught by the neck, and cease such prattle altogether. So, like, do they realize that this doesn't make Clorind look good? It makes every other duelist look like they're fucking worthless? Like, what do you mean they're not afraid of anyone except her? You haven't built these arrogant, quote-unquote clever merchants to be people that are fearless and, like... I guess the other duelists are not playable characters, so it doesn't matter what we think of them. Because we can't spend money on them. I don't know, man. This is the sort of stuff that, like, to me, feels like they built the story around wanting to sell her, rather than build the story and then decided to sell her. I don't know. All are well acquainted with the name of the mightiest champion duelist. Beneath her blade, all despicable deeds that aim to capitalize on mere fortune under the guise of decency will show their true colors, and she has never once known defeat in a duel. Ahem. Oh, I suppose there's no need to go that far, is there? So does a clever person, very nearly hoisted by their own petard, flee the scene. And thus is another such altercation, undercut by ulteriority, discreetly dissipated. Eh. Don't love it. This is Doro. Wait, what did Doro say? Oh, I'm uninterested, honestly. This is maybe it's just an over exposition to like fiction, but I feel like you could write this basically exact same thing, just changing the name of the currency and the name of the places, and have that inserted about any character in a position of authority in any fictional setting, and it could apply to them. Like, it feels very generic. I don't love it. Alright. Sijuin is the most unique out of all the Melusine friends my parents know. They say that she was a guest at our place a long time ago, and that she held my hand, supporting me when I had just learned to walk. Many years have passed since, and I've become an adult. She, on the other hand, is just as meticulous and enthusiastic as ever. The quote from Emily. Wondrous Dragonair. Dragon hair? I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce the H. Wait, what do you mean dragon hair? Wait, why are her colors cryo but she's hydro? Something's off here. Anyways. Alright. The infirmary is the warmest place in the fortress of Melipid, where the sun fails to shine. Do they know what was this ChatGPT translated? Or are they trying to imply that the fortress of Meripede is like ass? Because like where the sun don't shine is like a euphemism for asshole, right? I wonder if it was intentional. They've been trying to tell us it's bad. Yeah, but like it being bad and it being an asshole are not quite the same thing. Rumor has it that the head nurse who manages said infirmary is also its founder. The fortress has changed hands in chaotic circumstances several times over the centuries, but there has always been a tacit agreement amongst all who live there, or who live here, not to harm the medical staff in any way. The reason for that is simple. Few doctors could endure the treating criminals and staying in such a place for long. Fewer still would be as clement, cute, conscientious, and considerate as Sijuin. There was once an inmate whose life Sijuin saved after he had been gravely injured while causing trouble, who then proclaimed her to be an emissary of the heavens, an angel of salvation, sent to bring redemption to criminals, even saying that he would preach this far and wide on her behalf. That's a bit much, isn't it? The head nurse shook her head, her horns bobbing along. I won't ask what you did wrong before saving you, but you'll still have to finish serving your sentence once you've healed up, she said, hands on hips. Flattery's not getting you anywhere. So... oh, finally a 4-star character. Does he know? So this text is definitely better than Klein's text. I like it more. I also don't love it. I don't know. I couldn't tell you why I don't love it. I think it's competent. I don't know how much I actually like it. It's better. Anyways, next up and finally we have Sethos. You shall have the dexterity of the fox and the agility of the flying serpent. The wisdom of Hermanubis shall also bestow its favor upon you. Your name shall be Sethos, a divination from a priest during a name-giving ceremony. Okay, I guess. So we don't know much about him, right? All we know is like he's kind of like a Sino competitor slash what. Anyways, Inexperienced... Inexperienced travelers often find themselves trapped by the vast, boundless sea of sand. Were it not for the timely guidance of a kind soul, their journey of exploration... Holy essay, yeah. Their journey of exploration might have come to an untimely end, cruelly cut short. Many of those who were lost and returned to their companions on the road all had the same... What? What do you mean many of them all had the same name? Either though, like, they all had the same name, or many of them had the same name. Many of and all mean different things. You can't just put both of them in like this. It's fine. All had the same name upon their lips. Yeah, this is actually like a ChatGPT translation. Holy shit. No, it probably isn't. It's actually just probably someone mistranslating something. Kind of disappointing, though. Anyways, Sethos. A great sense of direction, enthusiastic and talkative. These are all common impressions among those who have been on the receiving end of Sethos' guidance. Aren't you supposed to not put an S after the apostrophe when the apostrophe is after an S? I gotta stop, man. It's only when it's plural. Both are considered okay nowadays. I see. And it is quite true. As a desert dweller, Sethos knows the paths between the various oases like the back of his hand. And his mastery of the techniques of navigation, such as using the sun's position to calculate direction, runs even deeper. As personal interest, Sethos enjoys traveling by foot between desert and rainforest. The navigational skills he's acquired are a product of his personal experiences doing so. For being enthusiastic and talkative, by speaking with eremites, chance met on the road, or listening to the fascinating anecdotes of hapless scholars rescued from swamp and marsh, not only can he broaden his knowledge and horizons, but also have a lot of fun. I heckin' love walking in the desert, bat chesting. For Sethos, that is where the joy of the journey lies. Perhaps it is because of his personality, of this personality of his, but regardless of how do you pronounce this word? Is it local? I don't actually know how you pronounce this. Local? No. That's when there's no E. This is a different word. There's no way they're pronounced the same way. If they are, English is stupid as fuck. Oh my god, it is.
Locale.
Oh no, okay, locale. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, but regardless of locale, from desert to rainforest, he always has those he can regard as friends. One researcher he met at Caravan Rabat, who had developed a deep admiration for Sethos after being struck by his distinctive understanding of the academia and its knowledge system, once went so far as to suggest that Sethos sit the academia's entrance exam. Bro, I can't speak, whatever. Be a student of the academia? It would be pretty fun to see how the academia's teachings differ from what the old folks say back home. I'll consider it. What? Oh, wait, that's boring. Oh. This line bothers me. Like, I don't know, man. It feels very, like... Yeah, it feels very much like they're trying to meet a word count. Like, okay, he always has those he can regard as friends. You've established this already. Multiple times. Over all of these words. On first reading, I thought it was like adding new information and it was a way to lead into one of his friends, but it wasn't. I don't know. As a character, he looks kind of uninteresting. He's a poggers guy that does poggers things. Poggers. But like, we already know that he's gonna be an antagonist in the Sino quest from the promotional material, right? From the teasers and stuff like that. And I don't know, man. I'm looking at this and I'm kind of like, eh, okay. Anyways, now let's get into the real poggers. Alright. And I gotta say, okay, my condolences to basically everyone who wanted Arlecchino but me. Because this banner's ass. It's not even that bad, because, like, really long-time players already have C6 of all the good 4-stars that are not, like, really new. So at least these two shitty 4-stars are, like, not just star glitter. And new players get a way to have channeling, which is also good. But it's not great for any type of player. Except me. It's great for me, because I'm on like 65 biddy with guaranteed, and I want to get Chevaleur's cons. So I'm really happy Chevaleur's is not on this banner. Because otherwise I might have actually ended up going for C1 Arlecchino, just so I can get Chevaleur's cons. You pre-farm Chevaleur's, how do you feel? I mean, I'm gonna get her on her next rerun. Hell, now there's an actual real chance that they put Chevaleur's and Sethos on a new character banner. That would be insane for me. Two characters I don't have and I want. The worst outcome is that Chevreuse is on the second half banners for this badge. That's the worst possible outcome. And yeah, this is like, this might be the worst 4-star weapon lineup I've ever seen. There's no bad polearm, and Dragon's Bane is arguably the worst one. Eye of Perception is probably the worst catalyst. Portable Power Saw is basically the bell with extra steps. And Dog Hands Assistance is only good for Nilo, but if you're gonna go on a weapon banner for Nilo, why not go for Key, idiot? Kirara? This is worse than Fav on Kirara. Kind of okay on Kuki. Eh. Iron Sting better. Lila, worse than Fav. It's worse than Fav on Lila and Kirara, and it's worse than Iron Sting on Kuki. And then Favbo is the only Fav weapon that you get for free. So it's like, out of the good Fav weapons, it's the worst one to get. Like, this is terrible. This is awful. But the 5 stars are actually good. It's making me appreciate this banner, though. Because, yeah, this banner is kind of awful, but, like... Anyways, let's go do our commissions, and after that, we can maybe record a banner review video. How does that sound, chat? Thinker? Any thinkers in chat? Is I really worse than Wine and Song? I mean, both of them are gonna stay unleveled. Like, both of them are gonna stay level 1 and you're not gonna use them on anyone. It doesn't really matter which is better or worse. Alright, chat, just close your eyes, okay? I want you to close your eyes. You don't want to watch this. Okay, you can open them. Did they buff Arlecchino C2 or was it here before preload?
I see the value in
I think they buffed it.
But I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Makes sense.
Settle down!
Hmm. don't like this one, because sometimes... Ugh, whatever. You have to, like, walk cancel your attacks, because some animations are, like, slower, so, like, they... Yeah, whatever. This is fast? I'd rather...
Send one.
Final day before she's benched. That is true. Are you going for C0 only or like, you know, then? Yep.
Add Astra.
Yep.
Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
When do the kit leaks usually drops? Usually like the day of the patch or the day after.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, did you guys see the Star Rail news, by the way?
Wanna come over for tea? Can we play banker next time?
They're making it so that you can farm Sim Universe relics, like planar ornaments, by just fighting the bosses instead of going through the whole run. You can like save your run and then load it to fight the bosses. So that's that. And they're adding a new game mode. Now, I do think it's important to note, this isn't actually more content, really. And it's also not more rewards. And right now, there's overlap where Memory of Chaos, like the next Memory of Chaos starts before the previous one is over, right? They're gonna change that so that the next Memory of Chaos comes out like 2 weeks later than it currently does. But in exchange for that, they're adding a third permanent game mode, which is basically a single target boss game mode. Which I think kind of doesn't make any fucking sense, because that's kind of what MOC is right now. But maybe they realize, like, hey, we're kind of we're kind of leaning it. Yeah, well, maybe this should be a different thing. Maybe they realize Amazon is kind of fucked for MOC. I don't know. It is more rewards though? No, because with this, you get every 2 weeks the release of a new event type. I'm pretty sure that's already the case right now. Because there's a new game mode, but each game mode's like next rotation comes out slower now. So it's the same amount of rewards. If you struggle with the new content, it's gonna be less rewards actually. I do think that it's nice. Right? Like, characters in Star Rail all seem to be either designed for AoE, blast, or single target. So it's nice to have endgame content for all three of those types of things. Right? Like, I do think it's a good change for the game. Because, like, realistically, right? If they don't add a new game mode for it, all that's gonna happen is they're gonna put some single target content in MOC, right? Like, they're not gonna just not give you anything for single target. They want to sell their single target units. At least this makes it clear what is important for what, right? This could actually be a pretty huge Yansing buff. Like, unironically. He's really dog shit, so a huge buff doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna be good, but it is a big buff. Misha kind of better than Yansing, yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Yeah, Misha and single target is kind of goated actually. Either way, this is interesting. It's not good for me, because... Well, you know what? It's probably fine. Just do ratio one side, QQ other side. Honestly, it might be easier for me than MOC. Because I kind of don't have a good blast character for the second side. Silver Wolf will be good here. She will be better. I don't know if she quite makes it to good, but better. Unless the content is so hard that destruction characters can't clear it, I don't see how it makes people pull more on hut units. And what exactly makes you think it's not gonna be so hard that destruction characters can't clear it? Star Rail is a game that has already had an insane amount of power creep. That's shown itself both in character power level and damage requirements to clear content. But it's also worth noting that almost the same damage is not the same damage. And it's also worth noting that we don't really have good hunt characters right now. Like, who's the best hunt character right now? Is it Ratio? And like, he was given for free. Of course they're gonna power creep the fuck out of him, right? Aware. Wait, that's just 2 phases ago? Jesus Christ. So much power creep that one of the best characters, the 1.2 character, and 1.0 characters still clear content? Oh, so you're an idiot. Wow. It's almost as if I did not say old characters are completely incapable of clearing content. What I did say is characters are getting Omega power crept, and damage requirements are also increasing very rapidly. Multiple characters that were very easily able to clear content back in 1.0 are now practically incapable of doing it. Surely is going to plateau at some point. Why would it? What? Wait, I just saw the GIF on the bottom. Why is that there? Whatever, it's fine. Okay, man. I saw some guy clear this current MOC with Arlen, so it's possible, but it's way harder than with new units. Were they clearing with Arlen and only 1.0 supports? I'm actually surprised. Do you have a link? Arlen, MOC, what's her name? I'm trying to find it. A lot of clickbait. So the ready force are only clear with Shui, Misha, and Q. Oh yeah, I think it is also, worth mentioning here though that Misha is significantly better than the 1.04 stars, and this content is basically built for him. And I still haven't seen a showcase that clears with E0 Misha. It was all E6. Come on. There is a sender. Yeah, I mean, this is the first side. That's not the hard one. Yeah, and also there's Amontrain and Ronmei. Look, Ronmei Eidolons. Why does she have Eidolons? Oh yeah, she does. And like, don't get me wrong, right? It is good that characters like Arlen can clear, right? But also, this does not disprove power creep. Like, objectively, Star Rail is a game that has already been power crept significantly. Team power level is significantly higher now than it was in 1.0. And damage requirements are significantly higher now than they were in 1.0. One 1.04 star clear. Ooh. The first frame of this video is is a character. I'm actually kind of surprised. Oh! I was gonna say, I'm actually kind of surprised a Dunheim team can clear Avant Terrain. And, yeah. Yeah, that's because it didn't. This is the last MOC, which was significantly easier. Dude, I straight up, I said, I actually said, oh. It was like 2 MOCs ago? Oh, is it? Oh. Like, again, right? It's fine. I'm not trying to say Star Rail is inherently a bad game because of power creep, right? That's not what I'm saying. The reality is there is a lot of power creep in Star Rail, and that's something you're gonna have to take into consideration if you want to play it, right? If you pull for a unit now, it's very likely that 2 years from now, they're gonna fucking struggle. Unless you actively go out of your way to pull on every support that synergizes with them that comes out in the next 2 years. Then they're gonna still be fine, but they'll still be a lot worse than a carry that comes 2 years from now, right? Upright video is the right one? I mean, again, right? I mean, how many cycles do they have left? Yeah. They clear basically on the last action. Right? Carry's last action before. Right? So it's literally just barely a clear. I can only imagine the amount of resets this took. It's probably... Oh, is that not E6 Misha? Oh. Okay. It's E3 or E4. I guess his E6 doesn't do as much. Like, E2 is a big breakpoint. But still. Okay, that's the first non-E6 I've seen. That's good. Is it E3 or E4? E4, okay. What's up, Fred? How you doing? Thank you for the 30... Jesus, fucking 3 years. Thank you for the 3 years. Holy. How are you? I am relieved. I had the like big sponsorship stuff that they mostly finished yesterday, and I am glad it's done because God. Frustrating thing about Star Wars, I'm assuming you mean Star Rail difficulty creep, is it ultimately just ends up in a lot more resets. Yeah, like these are insane builds on basically the 8 best 4-star characters. And it's clearing with like 20 AV remaining, you know? what that means is that if you get slightly lucky, or if you get slightly unlucky, you're gonna have to reset. And like, that's just, for a lot of people, pretty damn frustrating. Explain in Genshin terms, cleared with 1 second left on the timer, with the best 4-star teams fully built, max level, best in slot weapons. On content that is tailor-made for those teams to be really good against it, right? Because, like, sometimes 4-star only teams struggle in Abyss, in Genshin. I don't think there's ever been an Abyss where my account has struggled to, like, where I haven't been able to clear it with 4-stars only. But there have been Abysses where it's been harder because of bad matchups, right? Electro-immune enemies that prevent Sucrose Taser, or sorry, Sucrose Aggravate from, or Hazel Aggravate from being as good as it can be, right? But that's because it's specifically a bad matchup. Whereas, I would argue that Misha is the unit that has the kit that is most suited to completely destroy Avant's-Reign. His kit works so well against him. Like, it's just such... Everything works so fucking well against him, right?
Toodaloo.
He's an entirely ult-focused unit that has a blast skill that's always going to get him his ult back against Avant's-Reign, that has a type Avant's-Reign is weak to, and that has a lot of weakness break
3 clients.
in single target. Right? Like, he is just inherently, it's the perfect matchup for him. Right? I'd argue Boot Hill counters him even more. I don't think that's true, because Boot Hill loses the gamble, no? He doesn't have any AoE.
Toodaloo.
Boot Hill breaks, the gamble never happens. I mean, that's not how it works.
Wanna come over for tea?
Like, okay, you'll break before the dice phase, and then he'll get up, and then he'll do the dice phase. Don't get me wrong, Boot Hill is a much better unit, so he's probably gonna end up killing him faster than Misha, right? But, like, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is,
Toodaloo.
despite his numbers being a decent amount worse, Misha's kit, like, synergy-wise,
Clients. 2 clients.
is tailor-made to counter Avant's-Reign. Right? And then QQ is the best 4-star carry by a long shot. And First Sight only has quantum weak enemies. Right? So it's like, this current MOC is straight up fucking tailor-made for the best 4-star only teams to truly shine. And still, golly. Oh, golly. Luca break teams can break him then never gamble right now as it is. Without Ron May? Really? That seems a little sus to me. Shuei might be better this Abyss though because she breaks faster. Shuei without Ron May is just not it.
When the moon's out.
And no runway was a disqualifier. We're talking about like how 4-star only teams are currently holding up in the current artist content, right? Yeah, the point I was making is like in Genshin, right? When the 4-star only teams struggle, it's because Abyss straight up fucking hard counters the best 4-star only teams, right? There's a fucking electro immune enemy, and both sides are only single targets, so Beto can't really work well, right? Like, that's when the 4-star only teams start to struggle a little bit, but usually you can still just, you know, change them around a little bit. Maybe do a Hyper Bloom team with, like, maybe go to like, Barbara Hyper Bloom, or even just Hyper Bloom one side, Rev Melt on the other, or something like that, right? And you still end up being completely fine with 4 stars only.
3 clients.
In Star Rail, you can barely clear with 4 stars only in content where you straight up have the perfect matchups.
Toodaloo.
To be fair, it's only this MOC that's created with how much rain. He's like the win out of Star Rail with the stalling. I mean, yes and no. While yes, in some ways he is a stalling boss, teams that are built around his mechanics can take advantage of those mechanics to become stronger, right? If you win the gamble, you gain a fuck ton of energy. If you play characters that consistently win the gamble, you can use his dice phase as a way to regenerate energy. Yeah, how does it work with Acheron, actually? I don't actually know. Any knowers? You get it back. You get the... Yeah, okay. I mean, you get the fucking point, right? Like, it's... It's just old refund, it's not energy based? I see. Oh. Wait, how does it work with Argenty? Do you get the, do you get the Foritra ult, or do you get the shitter one? You get the one, oh my, okay, yeah. At point being, right? There are specific characters that do incredibly well against it, and that use its quote-unquote stalling mechanic as not a stalling mechanic. Yeah, okay, maybe Argenty synergizes better against Rain than Misha does. But still. Cause like, at the end of the day, and I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but Misha is just 4-star Argenty. Right? Like, kinda. But, like, not really. But, like, kinda. No, I guess it only applies against... Because the thing is, like, in true single-target content, Argenty's not that bad. And in AoE content, Argenty's obviously great. Argenty sucks in Blast, right? And the reason for that is because his, like, Omega ult works like Misha's ult, right? You get a certain amount of total hits, right? You get 6 total hits that go randomly. Which means in single target, all of those hits go on the same character. So in single target, his Omega ult is pretty fucking good. And in AoE, his small ult is really fucking good. But in Blast, neither of his ults are that great, right? Yeah, it is rough to get the energy though, right? When you're in single target, but like against someone terrain, you just get it. So it's kind of goated with the sauce, you know. Acheron is just better in every way. I mean, that's just because Acheron is a better unit. That's not because she synergizes better. I mean, I guess you can make the argument that first phase takes too long with Argenti. First phase is, or second phase is basically trivial with Argenti, but first phase is going to take you a lot longer. Acheron supports being single target during dice phase is pain sometimes. What do you mean? Hello, Zoe. What's your opinion on the Advancement boss in general? It struggles with gacha. It's the sort of boss that's really fun in a team building game, but Genshin and Star Rail, right? Like, and that's kind of like, I mean, it's similar to elemental locked bosses in Genshin, right? And it's like, it's not that the Wolf Lord is a shitty enemy to fight when you have a team that works against it. It's that not everyone has a team that works against it. And if you don't, then it just sucks. But the thing is, getting a team that works against it is not a matter of skill, it's a matter of spending your primo gems on those characters. And if you have other ways you want to spend your primo gems, if you have a favorite character you want to get, anything like that, then the only way to get more primo gems is to spend money. And so for a lot of people, Wolf Lord ends up being a fucking money check. And I think Amaterain, to some extent, kind of behaves the same way, where like, if you gave me an unlocked account with everything on it, he'd be a great boss, right? Having to design a team around beating him, having to focus your character building around the fact that bosses like this are going to necessitate different characters from other bosses, is good. It's very healthy for like giving you incentives to build new characters and stuff like that. But in a gacha game, that healthy incentive to get you to keep playing and build more characters becomes an unhealthy incentive to spend fucking money on the game. And that sucks. That fucking sucks, obviously. You think they try to make content that favors abundance more than preservation? Oh, for sure. They're gonna alternate between the two. You make a boss that cleanses buffs on your team, then abundance will become better. Do you mean like they'd also cleanse like shields and shit? That'd be fucking ass. I don't. You. Ah. It's as easy as adding this damage ignores shields to an enemy. Yeah, but I don't really like that. Well, I guess I do. Right, but I don't like the idea that an enemy just deals, like, that an enemy's attacks ignore shields. Because I think that's kind of boring. But I do like the idea that an enemy's attacks gives you a debuff that makes it so that when you do an action, you consume some of your own HP. Right? Yeah, like, if Sam didn't have his fucking Omega reduced healing passive, and the, like, self HP consumption was a lot larger than it is, then Sam would be a great example of a boss where you really want to bring an abundance unit, right? Like, it's not that difficult to design a boss that makes inherently healing better than shielding, right? It's something that's very doable. I don't mind anything personally because my con is very well developed. For me, hard is fun, but the new player experience kind of becoming terrible, yeah. And like, as someone who quit for a while and who doesn't really want to farm the optimal stuff because it's kind of boring and who'd rather just farm Winset forever, I know that if I keep farming Winset forever like I am, I'll never be able to 36-star MOC. And honestly, I'm kind of just okay with that. Like, at this point, I'm kind of just okay with that. The guy with Nopal account just kind of got far just with Winsay. Yeah, that is true. Do you think measuring a DPS's power based on the ability to zero cycle is bad? Yes and no. Like, if a character is able to zero cycle with, like, a reasonable amount of investment, that probably means they're pretty good. But, and like, you can use that as a metric of, is this character more on the pretty good side or on the pretty bad side? Like, I guess, sure. But, on the other hand, you should not use that as your main metric of which unit is better than other metrics. Is this Hu Tao on EM Sands? Yes, she is. Give her the prime. True. True. Seems like a lot of HP for an EM Sands. 20% HP on the flower, 10% on the feather, 4% on the sands, and 500 flat HP on the circlet. The Jeff pieces, yeah. And Hu Tao is actually my best build character. Oh wait, the current Hu Tao build is... Oh, I didn't save my Hu Tao build! Maj! I gotta fucking log out and log back in. Size of cringe. Is this the right one, even? Is this the right one? Thanks. Is this the right one? I think so.
When the sun's out.
You go crit damage body on terrain. I just go defense, because unless you're giving him a lot of buffs, his personal damage is kind of eh. And I'd rather just focus on getting a stronger shield so you don't have to spend as many skill points. But it's not inherently bad to go crit damage. Like, assuming you still get a reasonable amount of defense without a defense body, crit damage can be more damage overall. But it will always be a weaker shield, obviously. Yeah, top 0.4% for my Hu Tao. Hoggies.
Toodaloo.
Wait, what? How do you skip? I'm confused. Ah.
Wanna come over for tea?
Do I have to go them? Like, do them manually? It's fine, it's not that bad. It loads fast. I want to see the people around me how much CV they have. I'm what, 1853?
Toodaloo. I heard down the grapevine that Chioria Boutique just got some new fabrics in. They have. In fact, I've already put in.
Right, so across this page, I have the lowest crit value.
When the sun's out, baby.
One Hu Tao above me with
When the moon's out.
less CV.
Moonlight.
I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, 2 Hu Taos.
I heard down the grapevine.
3.
Chioria Boutique just got some.
Like, it's not that many, right? Point being,
Toodaloo.
wait, corn. I am corn. Yeah. Point being, it's very, very. It's a Zajef build for sure. Yeah. But it's actually a good build. So hey, it is what it is. You know, we take those. Let me also fucking take all this shit off. Compare combo damage to first place Hu Tao. I mean, it's gonna be a pretty big gap, obviously. Alright, I'm 200k behind. Not that big of a gap, actually.
Billy Churl, silly Billy, hilly Churl. Woo.
And also, to be fair, gap would be a lot lower in the actual team I'm using. Because in the actual team I'm using,
When the sun's out, bathe in
it's Xianyun, and HP does a lot less.
bathe in moonlight.
HP is a lot less impactful for Xianyun. So the gap would narrow. Or the gap would be narrowed down a little bit. one guy has 300 more HP than you? Wait a second, am I an idiot? Oh, this is with Hydro Resonance. Yeah, I am an idiot. My bad. My bad. I'm an idiot. Anyways. Yeah, I'm like... Yeah. Okay. Can you upload your gene builds? I don't have really high CV PV pieces. My highest circlet is probably this one, right? 35. I just don't have that much CV on my VV. So I would not be able to be a roadblock to Mr. Toronto. I do have actually goated VV though. Don't look at that. Like my Shannon build is actually kind of pog, you know? Like this is real nice. This is not as nice, I guess. And this is the wrong one. This is also the wrong one. This is also the wrong one. Oh, it's because usually she's on this, right? Like, this is pretty good. Without an ER weapon, I'm at 188 ER. With attack sends. That's actually pretty decent. Actually pretty decent. $188 without ER weapon or sands. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like it's actually a pretty good build, you know? This is my worst piece. It's only 12 ER. This is 16. This is 22, 23, 16. On 5? No. On Oathsworn. Obviously, ER is higher than this when the Oathsworn passive is up. Like, my Shannon build is actually good. Anyways, I think it's time, chat. So say hi to YouTube. Okay, use business. Let me put a stream marker down. And yeah, for the editors, if there's an idiot in chat that swears, try to not show chat, because I think that's what got the Arlecchino video demonetized. Anyways, yeah. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a banner review video for Arlecchino's banner and Linny's rerun banner. So, first things first, right? I got a lot of... The alerts are on, but they don't go to the VOD. But like, it's still bothering me because I whatever, it's fine. So, what was I saying? I forgot. I got distracted. Stop distracting me, chat. Sorry, it's fine. It's fine. Chat, what was I saying? I forgot. Oh yeah, I looked at the feedback on the last banner review video, and it was pretty overwhelmingly positive. So I think I'm gonna stick with longer banner review videos, and I guess I might as well say it now. For the meta roundup, the shorter video also seemed to be received better. So I think I'll stick to both longer banner review videos and shorter meta roundup videos. But yeah, so let's get right into it. First off is the 5 stars, and obviously if you want in-depth analysis on Arlecchino, you should watch the pre-release video. Now, a couple things that have changed as of today, which is when we got the preload, right? We got the pre-game installation, the pre-patch installation thing on the client as of recording this, just today. There's a few changes to Arlecchino that are not really number changes. They're effectively giving her more resistance to interruption during her elemental skill, so she can't get staggered out of her elemental skill as easily. During her special charge attack, which straight up does not matter because her special charge attack is an exploration mechanic, and when are you getting staggered during exploration? But I mean, I guess it's probably annoying if you like get shot by a hilly troll and then like while you're trying to hover over water and then you just fall in the water and you're just sitting there like an idiot. So I get it. It's a nice change, but it's not really impactful for her strength. They're also buffing the interruption resistance from her C1. They went back and forth, or I don't know if they went back and forth or if I just received conflicting information between infinite resistance to interruption during normal attacks and just a certain amount of resistance to interruption. Right now it seems to have been changed to infinite again. So that's that. And there's also a potential change to C2 that gives her more resistance, like more physical and elemental resistance. Either way, like these are just slight changes to some constellations. No major change at C0 other than you can't get staggered out of your skill, which is nice, but not that relevant. I guess, as someone who complains about Rosario's skill all the time, I should be happy with this, because at least it's not going to happen with Arlecchino. But it's much longer cooldown, so it generally shouldn't happen to begin with, right? You only use it once, maybe twice per rotation, and you use it at the start of your rotation, which is generally before the enemies have had time to start hitting you. Anyways, outside of that, I don't think I've changed my mind on anything else in the pre-release. Very quick rundown for those of you that haven't watched it and that just want information about her. She's going to be a relatively strong unit. She's not going to be meta-defining, but she'll definitely have her strengths. She's a unit that has pretty strong early constellations. So for people that like to vertically invest into characters to save up their primos, to go for a specific 5-star they really like, Arlecchino will perform pretty well with her C1 and C2. Her C1, C2, and C3 are all fairly good cons. You can decide to get any of them, right? You can decide to stop at C1 and it's a fine stopping point, stop at C2, stop at C3, whatever. Definitely don't stop at definitely don't go for C4 if you're not planning to go all the way to C6 though, because C4 is kind of ass. And C5 is not that great either. But yeah. Other than that, she's gonna be a unit that is potentially hard to make work for people that get hit by a lot of attacks. I think for most people, she's gonna end up being played in teams that have strong defensive utility options because she cannot be healed. So units like Zhongli, units like Xingqiu that have strong defensive utility will help her perform a lot better. That being said, she doesn't have like specific animation cancels that she needs to do most of her damage. She does have animation cancels that she can do, but the difference between using them and not using them isn't that big, and you're not going to get punished for not doing them. You're not going to get punished for having to dash out of incoming attacks, stuff like that. So if you're someone who struggles with like jump cancels on Hu Tao, for example, then this isn't going to be a character that punishes you for stuff like that. Other than that, right, if you want any more information, make sure you go watch the pre-release video. Now, for Linny. Linny's a very interesting character. I think there's a lot of people that think Linny's really, really good, and there's a lot of people that think Linny's awful. I'm personally more somewhere in the middle. He's a character that, under the right circumstances, is going to actually be very strong. But he's also a character that is reliant on the right circumstances to get the most out of him. And when you're in the wrong circumstances, he is not nearly as strong. I don't have him built right now because I share my Marishal's artifacts with like everyone, but when everything goes right with Linny, he is one of the best carries in the game. He has good front-loaded damage. He has strong overall DPS. He's actually pretty damn good. But his best teams don't use resistance to interruption. They don't use strong defensive units that prevent you from being staggered. And if you do have to use those options, his teams get a lot worse. And I think that his team's performance is like, I think that he has much worse synergy with many of the defensive options that work in his teams than a character like Arlecchino, for example. Where I think in Arlecchino's teams, well, obviously it depends on which team, but in like the vape teams, for example, you're not sacrificing as much for better defensive options as you are in the Linny teams. Linny's a character that sees a lot of play for like low constellation speedrunning with good reason. Because again, right, he front loads his damage, and when things go right, he's actually very strong. And in speedrunning, you can reset until things go right. Right? That being said, right, when you're playing him in teams that have defensive options, he's not nearly as strong. And when you're playing him in teams that don't have defensive options, if anything goes slightly wrong, he's pretty dog shit. Like, if you lose one of your charge shots, your DPS tanks. Right? If you lose one of your charge shots because you have to dash out of an incoming attack or because you get staggered, his DPS completely tanks. I think he's a good example of like a high risk, high reward character. And he's very much a character that I don't recommend to people that don't enjoy the charge shot playstyle. I think he feels, as someone who doesn't like charge shot playstyle, he feels a lot better to play than a traditional charge shotter like Ganyu, because a lot more of his damage is done through his heal and burst. And even if you get staggered out of a charge attack, as long as you still use your burst into your skill, you'll still do a good amount of damage. It's just not gonna be like great anymore. If you are considering going for him, there's an interesting video by Jamie that I'll try to remember to link in the description that talks about his artifact sets and how Marie-José won't actually always be his best set, because in a lot of situations you end up, because his damage is so front-loaded, you end up doing a lot of your damage before you actually stack up the 4-piece passive. And it makes it so that the 4-piece set isn't actually offering you as much as it quote-unquote should, right? Right, whenever you use your, like, whenever you open your rotation with a burst, which, depending on what you're fighting, can actually happen, especially if if it's like an AoE first wave into a single target second wave, right? You kind of want to use this burst to clear out the first wave, and then start charge attacking on the second wave. Well, then you're not getting any of this crit rate from Marie-José on the burst, right? Anyways, point being, he is a character that has a lot of min-maxing things you can do, obviously, for speedrunning. A lot of even more, or there's even more min-maxing. His constellations are good, right? Like, they're not... I don't think they were outstanding. Well, I mean, they're good. He's got some relatively good constellations if you want to go for like vertical investment to him. His signature weapon is pretty good on him, but bows actually have access to so many good options that you should just keep in mind. If you already have a 5-star bow, it's very possible that it's not that far behind his signature. But yeah, I'd say all in all, like my experience playing him, mine is not actually as like mine isn't fully maxed out. Obviously, as you've seen, he's level 80, not 90, and he's not ascended, which means I don't get his I can't get his skills to or his talents to level 10. But in my experience playing him, I felt like very often I end up losing out on 1 to 2 charge shots against very aggressive enemies. And when that happens... What the fuck? Suspected spam. I'm good. Okay, what was I saying? But yeah, against aggressive enemy, I end up losing 1 to 2 charge shots, and when that's the case, it feels like I'm just playing a shitty on-field pyro unit. Against less aggressive enemies, enemies that are more designed around stalling than they are around killing you, like the Winut, like the Rune Serpent, or enemies that are kind of just HP sponges, like the Primo Vishat, like the Aeon Blight Drake. Generally, I don't lose a charge shot at all, and Lenny feels great. There's also going to be a certain like investment threshold where you can start one-rotating bosses. And that's going to be a pretty big deal in specific matchups. So, like, for example, my Lenny does not have enough damage because he's not fully invested, and because I don't have the greatest artifacts, nor do I have his signature weapon. My Lenny's not, like, strong enough to be able to kill the... to be able to kill Simon in one rotation. Simon is the algorithm of semi-intransient Matrix Overseer network. True. Because of that, it goes invisible, and it's a huge pain in the ass because I have to wait a long ass time. When I watch actually fully invested Lennies with signature, they have enough damage to kill it before it goes invisible. And so they end up clearing it like 3 times faster than me, even though they're only doing like 35 to 40% more damage than me. So, just like any unit that has a certain amount of front-loaded damage, if you are going to get to the damage threshold that are necessary to one-rotate content, they're going to feel a lot better than if you don't. And generally, it's harder to make that happen if you're someone who prefers to get a bunch of different characters over vertically investing into specific characters by getting maybe an early constellation or a signature weapon. I think overall, Lenny is, like, from a purely meta perspective, he's a unit that is pretty good for people that are interested in getting into speedrunning, or that are interested into getting into using, or that are interested in using or in like vertically investing into characters. I think that otherwise he's a bit on the underwhelming side. I think he's a very balanced unit in that sense, though. I think, like, he's actually pretty damn good at what he does, but what he does isn't something that every player is going to want to be doing. And I think he's a lot weaker if that's not what you're doing, right? He is very much a unit that is built around reaching damage thresholds to try to one-rotate content. All of that being said, though, if you really like him, he is still more than good enough to clear content if you're not going for vertical investment. I can still clear content with my Linny. Right? He's level 80. I mean, obviously not on this build, right? But level 80, down level 8, like that, I still have enough damage to clear with my Linny, and it's not really a problem. But I do notice that, like, because I don't quite have the damage to be able to reach those thresholds to one rotate, other teams that have more sustained damage or that are just strong enough to reach those thresholds do perform better. In any case, that's it for Linny. So now let's move on to the 4 stars on this banner. And honestly, that's gonna be where this banner is gonna lose a lot of you guys, I think. So we have Xiangling, Femine, and Lynette. Now, Xiangling is great. I don't think it's a secret. I don't think anyone is unaware of this by now. Xiangling is pretty damn good. That being said, you get her for free, and post Constellation 4, she doesn't really get better. Like, her C5 isn't completely useless, but it doesn't do that much, and her C6 is more of a constellation that's useful in teams where you use her as a support to give your on-fielder power damage than it is useful for her because she doesn't benefit from her own damage on Pyronado on her C6. Because of that, it means that you only really ever need 4 Xianglings for your account. And because she's available in the shop, because she's available through Lantern Rite, because honestly she's there on banners pretty often, I think a lot of people already have her C4. When that's the case, she becomes a unit that is just not very valuable to have on banner. What that means is that if you, personally you, watching this video, don't have Xiangling C4, and aren't repulsed by her so much that you'll refuse to play her no matter what. Oh no. Rip Bozo. But yeah, if that's you, then she's really good to have on a banner. Otherwise, not the greatest. The big issue with this banner, though, is not her. Right? At the end of the day, even if she's a character that more people will already have at her relevant constellation breakpoint, some people don't have her, and she's a good fucking unit. The real problem lies with the other 2 4 stars. I don't have a nice way of... no. I could say this more nicely, but I don't think it would convey how bad Femine is if I didn't actually call him dog shit. Now, there are situations where he will work. At the end of the day, he is a physical unit that has a kit centered around synergy with Hydro, which means that his like you inherently are going to want to run him with Electro for Superconduct and Hydro for his passive that gives him more damage when he triggers Shatter. And then you have one last slot. And that last slot, Hydro Electro, you know it. Dendro, pretty pog. He's a unit that is inherently very synergistic with Hyper Bloom. And because Hyper Bloom is a strong reaction, he actually has teams that are pretty decent. Even outside of Hyper Bloom, if you have C6 Mika, he can function as a fine physical carry. That being said, he's just not very good. He's the sort of character that if you want to be able to clear with them, you're going to need to invest into them a lot. Like, a lot. Finally, you have Lynette, who is somewhere in the middle, right? She's not a bad unit. The biggest problem with Lynette is that she's never really better than the other Animo units. Which means that she's inherently a unit whose, like, use case is you use her before you get yourself Sucrose, Kazuha, Shunyan, whatever, right? The problem is, because you get her for free, her being on a banner doesn't really help you, because her constellations don't really make her that much better. And by the time you're, going on a banner, getting constellations on a character, you probably want to get some of the other Animo units. Now, if you do get her C6, she's actually a pretty reasonable unit. She can be played as an on-fielder, and yeah, it's not really going to be as good as a lot of the other options, but it definitely is going to be good enough to clear stuff, right? The biggest problem with her is just that she's nothing really more than fine. And her constellations just don't do enough to really be that helpful. Now, if she wasn't given for free, I'd say that this is a pretty good beginner banner, because you get an Animo unit for VV, and you get Shengling, and you get, like, if you go for Linny, you get yourself a relatively strong Pyro Core that's just missing Bennett, right? If you go for Arlecchino, you can play Arlecchino in Mono Pyro as well, right? So you can do that with her too. Anyways, let's go through all three of these units' constellations individually. Lynette's C1 is not real. It is not real. It says it does something, but it does not do anything. Technically, it does. But it's like... This is a French press, okay? It's made of glass and metal, and a little bit of plastic as well. If I blow on my French press really, really hard, I might be able to make it move like 1/10 of a centimeter. Not really, but it's fine. But wait, I can do this. It's not happening. Whatever. That's what Lynette's C1 is doing. Okay? That is what Lynette's C1 does. That is the strength of her vortex. Okay? It's... nah, So, okay. And I remember, when she came out, we had a leak that said that her vortex is the same strength as Kazuha. And it's actually true, technically. And this is where the two different ways that you can make enemies move come into play, right? You can knock enemies back, and you can suck enemies, right? What makes Kazuha good at grouping is that he has inward knockback followed by a long-lasting vortex of suction, right? And that initial knockback is also accompanied by an additional instance of suction. Lynette's vortex from C1 is the same strength as the vortex that stays after you use Kazuha's E. Right? If you're looking at what's the best way I can show this? Maybe Abyss 11? Yeah.
Time to go. Wind strike.
Right? This suction that's pulling the Minotaur back in a little bit, Lynette has as well. That's keeping the hilly churls there, Lynette has as well. But she doesn't have that initial inwards knockback that Kazuha has. And more importantly, that vortex does not last as long as Kazuha's does. What that means is that in practice, her suction being as strong as Kazuha does not mean that she has real grouping. Her C1 is honestly kind of useless. It's barely noticeable. Even against enemies like Hilly Trolls, where it should be the most noticeable. C2! C2 helps her application and her damage a little bit, but mostly her application. C3. Which one is C3 again? That's burst. It's fine. C4 gives you 2 E charges. It's a good exploration constellation. Pog. You can explore. Poggers. I love exploring. C5 doesn't really do anything. That's not true. C5 is a little bit more damage as well. It's fine. And then C6 gives her an Animo Infusion that you can use to drive with her on field. All in all, she is Yeah. Her constellations, like the difference between C6 and C0 is there, but even at C6, she's not very strong, right? The biggest difference between C6 and C0 is slightly more damage. Isn't that just Mafinilo? Isn't that just the same thing as playing Sucrose? Like, don't get me wrong, I like it. I think it's funny, but it's not really something I'd recommend. You know? Not really. What's the difference?
Time to go.
Damage is gonna be slightly higher, but you're not gonna have grouping. Should be relatively similar, practically. Like, I like the Sucrose team, it's fun, but it's not very good. Like, it's probably her best team if you want to play her as a dedicated carry. Definitely agree with that. Anyways, I mean, we can mention it. Like, I don't mind. It is probably worth mentioning. Like, if you do get Lynette at C6, you can use her as a plunge carry with Shen Yun. Not gonna be as good as the units that are actually designed around it, but it is gonna work. And if you really like Lynette, it's a good way to make her actually function as a carry in a team. And yeah, I guess that's also something you can say about Femine, I didn't mention earlier. But yeah, he can also plunge. But yeah, other than that, I think that's it for Lynette. Yeah, I guess I haven't mentioned Femine. I haven't gone into in-depth about Femine yet at all, so let's do that now. How real is her taunt? For Lynette? Lynette's taunt is actually somewhat decent. The thing is that I think in most situations, taunts are just not good enough. But yeah, anyways. You get the standard wish from level 20? Fine. Fine, I'll do it. Ugh. Anyways, Jimenez C1. Alright. C2. Ah! C2 is fine. Decent. It's a little bit of energy. C3, normal attack talents. They're alright. C4, 18% attack, right? It's whatever. C5, skill damage. It's alright. C6, 36 crit damage. It's alright. All his constellations are, like, fine. None of them are all that great. That being said, 6 fine constellations on top of each other is a pretty big difference between C0 and C6. When I talk about Femine not being great, I think at C0 he's, like, truly worthless. Like, actually, I think unironically, like, he's truly worthless at C0. I think at C6 he can be fine in some situations. And I don't like that, because, like, I've talked about it in the pre-release I did on him. I think his kit is really, really cool. I think he has a really interesting kit, and I think that whoever designed his kit fucking popped the fuck off. But his numbers just aren't good. Anyways, at C6, if you also have C6 Mika, he can be a fine physical carry. His C3 giving him normal attack talents means that at talent level 10, it becomes talent level 13. And if we look at Diluc, talent level 10, plunge multiplier, 442. We look at Femine, talent level 13, plunge multiplier, 446. That's a little bit higher than Diluc. It is, I believe, currently the highest in the game. That being said, obviously, his Ascension stat is worse and his base attack is worse, so it's still not going to be as much damage. But it is at least, you know, alright. So, like, you can use him as Xianyun. You can use him either as a physical carry with Xianyun or just with C6 Bennett. They're both alright. But yeah. And then finally, Xiangling. C1 is, I think, a bit better than people give it credit for. Back in the old days of Genshin Impact, in like 1.0, Abyss was whopper flowers and slimes and just shit that just spawned far from each other and wasn't very tanky. And so getting good uptime on this resistance reduction from Guoba was very unreliable. Nowadays, there's a lot more enemies that don't move a lot or that are tanky enough that, you know, you'll be hitting them for a while. And it makes it a lot easier to get good uptime on her C1. And her C1 is actually pretty good. It's not great, but it's alright. It's also worth noting that it's not just pretty good when you're using her as a carry, it's also pretty good when you're using her in mono pyro teams, where you have another pyro character doing the damage. PMA is still in Abyss, I don't believe it. I think it's hard for Guoba not to hit PMA a single time. Like, you're actually, like, I don't know what you're doing if Guoba's not hitting PMA a single time. He should be hitting it at least once. Anyways, C2 is completely worthless. It doesn't do anything. C3 is kind of nice. It increases her Pyronado damage. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. Like, Pyronado is her main source of damage. C4, though, is the big one, right? Because C4 increases Pyronado damage much more than C3 does, because making it last longer is a pretty big deal. C3 and C4 compound on top of each other to make it so the difference between C2 and C4 Xiangling is pretty sizable. I think that Xiangling as a solo, like as a main carry for your team and a vape team, is a lot harder to make work when you only have C2 or C1 or C0. She's still fine, and she's still, like, especially in like the monopyro teams or Or even in stuff like Raiden National, where while you are still reliant on Xiangling's damage, you have a bit more damage coming from other sources as well. She's still good, but she will generally be a worse option than other available characters if she is not at C4. Now, if you don't have C4 Xiangling, it's also very possible you also don't have other available characters, and she might still be the best option for you, but she's definitely not nearly as good. At C4 though, obviously, very strong unit. She's been strong ever since 1.0. A true mainstay in the meta. Far from the only unit that is good. In 1.0, I'd say that the gap between Xiangling teams and basically everything else was fucking immense. A lot of people, me included, didn't realize it at the time, but the gap between Xiangling and everyone else was massive. Nowadays, there's a lot of teams that are competitive, some even better than Xiangling teams. I still think she is very much a competitive unit when it comes to the meta, but she's not necessary for you to build to have a strong account anymore, right? What's up, Dish? You're feeling better today? Yes, thank God. Let's go. Chat, do I even have Zapog champ in my chat? I do. Can I get a Zapog champ? The most magical healing nap yesterday? Let's fucking go. Can I get a Zapog champ in the chat? Fell asleep, had a dream about falling asleep, and had another dream in my dream. Damn, that's crazy. Anyways, I'm recording something right now, so I'll get back to that. But I'm actually no, I'm not almost done. But yeah, I'm glad you stopped by, and I'm glad you're feeling better. Okay, what were we saying? I forgot. Yeah, okay. So yeah, while I think in early versions of Genshin, Xiangling was very much a must build if you wanted to have a strong account. Nowadays, she is just one of many options of characters you can decide to build some strong teams. That being said, you spawn with her on your account, so for most people, when you start at the very beginning, it's worth using her. And she has very good synergy with some other units that are actually 4 stars themselves. So very often you'll have the possibility of making a strong Xiangling team with leftover units. In any case, C5 increases Guoba talent. Best constellation in the game. Guoba, get them. No, it's not very good, but it is funny. I will say, Guoba does do a non-insignificant amount of damage. Like, Guoba actually does hurt. So it's still not completely useless, but it's definitely not the greatest. And then finally, For the duration of Pyronado, all party members receive a 15% power damage bonus. It applies after she already snapshot her stats for Pyronado, so she doesn't get it for her own Pyronado. It slightly increases Goba's damage, but by less than C5, so obviously not that great for that. It's mostly a constellation that's nice for monopyro teams where you end up buffing your Linny or your whatever. All in all, obviously, Xiangling is a very good unit. C4 is a pretty big breakpoint. But she's not really necessary for your account to be good anymore. I think, I mean, obviously, she's still good for your account, most likely. But if you don't like her, or if you're tired of hearing her name, you want to build someone else, there's no real problem with that. I will tell you, though, build your fucking Singto. I don't give a shit if you don't like him. Use him. It's worth it. Anyways. Sorry, that does it for the characters, for the character banner. So let's move on to the weapons. And honestly, man, I just... This banner makes me sad. So, first, the 5-star weapons. Arlecchino's signature is not a particularly versatile weapon right now. It is possible we get Bond of Life supports in the future, but because it relies on your character having Bond of Life, and right now, the only way of getting Bond of Life outside of a character's kit is from weapons, and you can't have those weapons and this weapon equipped at the same time. You can only trigger the damage percent passive on Arlecchino. That may be worth reevaluating once we get leaks. I will talk about it, I think. I don't know when I'll talk about it. Maybe in the Sijuin or Clavine pre-release. But it will be information I'll post on YouTube for sure. Once we get leaks, maybe I'll do a first impression. Once we get leaks on Sijuin, which should be a few days from now, we'll know if we're getting a way of giving Bond of Life to your character in 4.7. So I'll try to post a first impressions video that covers that. And if that's the case, then obviously this weapon can become a more versatile option that can be fine on any of the characters. But otherwise, I mean, we right now it's mainly just a weapon that is an okay-ish stat stick that effectively doesn't have a passive for most people. On Arlecchino herself, it's not that big of an increase over Jadewing Spear. It's an incredibly minor increase over Staff of Scarlet Sands and Vape teams. I think that the only real reason to consider going for Arlecchino's signature weapon, like even in a vacuum without looking at the banner, is either, one, you think that she's unplayable without the cool scythe animations, which, like, honestly, I think is the main reason people are going to pull for this weapon, because it sure as fuck isn't going to be because of its power. Or two, you don't have Jadewing Spear, you don't have another 5-star stat stick, and the best weapon you have available to you is like something like White Tassel, and you're planning on playing her in a team that doesn't use Bennett. Then yeah, the gap between your current best weapon and this weapon becomes pretty massive, and it can actually be a pretty big increase to go for it. That being said, in basically every other option, her weapon is worse than her her early constellations, and early constellations are easier to get than her weapon. So I think for most people that are going to want to play her in her optimal teams, if you want to vertical invest into her, it's C1 before weapon, then C2 before weapon, and then maybe even C3 before weapon. Maybe weapon before C3, because once you reach C2, you have a lot more front-loaded damage that isn't from your normal attack talents, and the weapon can help you one-rotate bosses a little bit faster than the C3 does. But even then, right, it's also generally harder to get the weapon than it is to get her C3. So just keep that in mind. For Linny, it is actually a pretty good weapon. Although, like I said earlier, I think the stat-stick bows are pretty they're pretty damn good. And so, even though Linny's weapon is incredibly synergistic with him and gives him a lot of stats, because all the good 5-star bows give a lot of stats, if you already have a 5-star bow, it is possible that getting this weapon isn't going to be that insane of an increase. That being said, it is still his best weapon by a decent margin, and I think that there's a bit more of an argument to pull for his signature than there is to pull for Arlecchino's signature. However, the problem then becomes that Arlecchino's weapon, at least as of right now, is not very versatile, so losing your 37.5% to get the first Great Magic isn't gonna be very pog, and the 4-star lineup is awful. So let's talk about that. Favonius Warbow. By far the best 4-star on this banner. The main problem is that it doesn't have that many users, and you get one for free from completing the Mondstadt Archon quest. And so it's generally the one fav weapon. Well, it's the one that you can assume everyone has, unless they're an idiot who used it as fodder, which, I am sorry to hear that if that's the case. But generally, basically everyone has. And while there are a few good users for it, they're generally not characters that are played in the same team. And they're also somewhat often characters that want to be played with similar characters. And so you end up relatively rarely needing to have 2 fav bows at the same time, right? The refines on it also don't tend to matter that much, because I mean, the main character it's used for is Yelan, and Yelan is obviously a damage dealer, so you're going to want to build crit on her anyways, so you're not really going to struggle with proccing it. Farazan can get a decent amount of hits at C0, because you're going to have to stay on her to do a charge shot anyway. Goro's probably the one on which the refines matter the most, but even then, you do have a couple hits. And then there's also the fact that C0 Farazan doesn't really give a shit what her stats are. You're just looking for ER, which makes it a lot easier to find crit rate, right? It's not like she scales with something else, so you can just give her a crit rate circlet with as much ER as possible, and then on all of your other pieces, you can just look for ER and crit. But yeah, like it's not like any of those characters are like, for example, when you look at Kazuha, right? Kazuha can alleviate crit rate requirements for Fav through the fact that he has a lot of hits, but even then you do still need to build a little bit of crit on him, right? And on him, it kind of sucks to have to build crit because that means like a crit roll is not an EM or an ER roll. If you look at a character that, similar to Kazuha, has a specific stat they want to go for, but doesn't have multi-hits, like Yunjin, that's where Fav weapons start to become pretty rough and very reliant on refinements, right? Like, playing an R1 Fav Lance on Yunjin feels awful. You need so much crit rate, you need to stay on her for longer. It's just, it's not it. I don't recommend it. All this to say, Fav Warbow is the one Fav weapon you get for free, and generally the Fav weapon that's the least reliant on refinements to get its procs. Which means that it's one of the least impactful Fav weapons to have on a banner. I'd argue Fav Greatsword also doesn't matter too much, but at least when it comes to Fav Greatsword, well, the other Greatswords aren't great either, and it's not so much that it's bad to have, it's just that there's not a lot of characters that use it. So, the best weapon isn't even that great. Now let's look at the others. So, Dragon's Bane is not a bad weapon. The reality, though, is that you're realistically only really using this on 2 characters, right? Maybe 3 if you include Rosario in Rev Melt teams, but like, eh. It's good for Raiden, but you don't need refines on it, and it's on like fucking, it's on every other weapon banner. You probably have R36 of it already. It's, yeah. And it's good on Hu Tao, but other weapons are also good on Hu Tao. Yeah, I will say, Hu Tao is like the main character for which this weapon is relevant on weapon banners. But again, generally, when you're going on a weapon banner for one of your carries, Homa, like, just go Homa instead. You can use Homa on Arlecchino. Fuck this shit. And I think people that are willing to consider weapon banner are generally willing to consider it for multiple characters, and I think that I mean, if you do get Crimson Moon Semblance, it is better than Dragon's Bane. So I mean, it's just, yeah, it's kind of, yeah. Actually, it's probably not better than Dragon's Bane on. No, okay, editor, take that out. But yeah, worth mentioning, Dragon's Bane is deceptively dogshit on Arlecchino. You might think it's pretty good, and like, it's not necessarily bad. The main issue with Dragon's Bane on Arlecchino is that it has low base attack, and she's an attack scaler, so obviously the low base attack matters more on her than it does on a character like Hu Tao. But it's more so that Arlecchino doesn't want to build that much EM, right? Once you already have like 100-ish EM, EM past that starts losing in value more and more. And because Dragon's Bane is low base attack, high substat, and its substat is EM, you're basically already starting with significantly worse value from your substats. From your weapon substat, and also from any substats you get, or any external buffs like Instructor, right? Now, because of that, And because of the fact that Arlecchino gets a lot of damage percent, right? She gets 40% damage percent from her passive. She gets 54 from her set bonus. And she can get even more depending on what team you're playing her in. That also diminishes the value of the passive from Dragon's Bane. And so basically, every aspect of Dragon's Bane, it's base attack, its substat, and its damage, or its passive damage percent, are less valuable on Arlecchino than they would be on other characters that take advantage of them better. That makes it so that even in vape teams where you are getting 100% uptime on the Dragon's Bane passive, often it's not even better than the free-to-play options. So for Arlecchino, this is not really good. But yeah, this is the probably second best weapon on the banner. The third best weapon on the banner is the Dog Hand's Assistant. Dog Hand's Assistant is a weapon that is fake. It is a fake weapon. It is not real. It's nice to have an HP substat sword for Nilo, but the reality is that a lot of the popular Nilo teams don't have incredibly fast hydro application from their last unit, from their last slot. And you end up with Nilo having a decent amount of ownership on, like, with Nilo's personal bloom triggers being a decent portion of the team's damage, which makes it so that just getting an EM weapon on Nilo isn't that much worse than an HP weapon. In other words, this is not a large upgrade over Iron Sting. What makes Key so good on Nilo is not the fact that it's an HP subset, although obviously that's helpful and that's part of it. But what makes Key so good is that it's actually just one of the best passives in the game. It gives an insane amount of EM to Nilo herself, while also giving a pretty big EM buff to the rest of the team, while also giving a fuck ton of HP, right? Key is generally the signature weapon that I consider to be the most impactful on the team you're going to use it in. There's other teams where like it's somewhat competitive when you're looking at like true hyper carry teams, or one character is doing all the damage and their signature weapon is like significantly better than the best option. But generally, those characters have other 5-star stat sticks that are not that much worse than the signature, which makes the gap between the best available option and the second best not that big. In Nilo teams, you don't have a second best available option that's like actually reasonably good. All in all, Dog Hand's Assistant is like fine on Nilo, and if you actually do get it, you can use it on Nilo, and it is probably generally going to be worse, generally going to be better than Iron Sting, but not really significantly so. And again, right, if you're willing to pull on weapon banners, honestly, I think the Nilo team is going to benefit from it more than either an Arlecchino or a Linny team. Portable Power Saw is awful, useless, doesn't have a good user. What is this weapon? I think they forgot to release HP scaling Claymore characters before they released this weapon. It's just useless. It's garbage. Huh? What? Like, it's straight up just, like, worthless. It's just straight up bad. It might be good eventually, once we get characters that are released that scale well with it, but as of now, complete trash. Eye of Perception, also really bad. Eye of Perception is actually not that bad of an option in AoE scenarios on some carry catalyst characters if you are comparing it to like other free-to-play options. But honestly, with the release of the Fontaine craftable weapons, I think that the one use case Eye of Perception had is just gone. So, you have two weapons that are completely worthless. Two weapons that can be minor upgrades to a few characters, but that's it. And one weapon that's good, but you're guaranteed to already have it, and that you don't need to have that many of. The 4 stars on this banner are truly, like, significantly below average. The 5-star weapons, I think, again, right, is very... My rating of Arlecchino's signature is somewhat reliant on whether or not we'll have good supports in the future that do apply enough Bond of Life to your own characters that you can get this passive on characters other than Arlecchino. On Arlecchino, it's a fine signature weapon, but it's worse than her constellations. So, not really worth considering unless you've already gone for the major constellations, in which case, honestly, you probably don't even need the banner review. Linny's bow, I think, is the main meta reason to consider going for this banner. It's a relatively versatile weapon, because it's just a decent stat stick. And it's just also, like, quite good on Linny himself, but it's far from necessary. Linny's C1 is also pretty reasonable, so it's not like the bow is inherently better than the constellation, and because this banner is so bad, and you know, it's a little bit harder to get yourself a 5-star weapon than a 5-star character, then I would still probably go for early cons over this. Overall, my rating of this weapon banner is that it's one of the worst ones we've had. I think if you specifically are going for Arlecchino's signature because it looks cool, it's not as bad, because the Linny bow is relatively useful. Like it's a good stat stick on a lot of bow characters, so it's still like fine to get. And you're not pulling for the Arlecchino signature because it's good, you're pulling for it because it's pretty. And in that case, then at least the two 5-stars are like things you're somewhat okay with getting. The 4 stars are still awful though. I think if you're someone who wants to go for Linny's weapon, Arlecchino's weapon is one of the worst things you can get next to it. It's a stat stake that gives... Well, I mean, hey, listen, I realize I didn't actually show the weapon yet. Editors have probably figured it out and shown it already, though. So that's long. Technically, you get 12%, quote-unquote, unconditional. Well, it's not even unconditional, because if you don't have a healer on your team, you get 12% damage bonus from the passive. If you have a healer, you don't get anything. If you're Arlecchino, you get 36 damage bonus. The thing is, just this 12% damage bonus is a worse passive than Jadewing Spear. So it's like, it's worse than a standard 5-star weapon as a stat stake, which is generally not a great sign. So yeah, that definitely... Unless they end up releasing Bond of Life supports in the future, definitely a pretty bad weapon to be like the secondary weapon on a banner you want to go for the other weapon. Yeah, I think if you wanted to get Linny's bow, really disappointing banner. If you wanted to get Arlecchino's weapon specifically because it looks pretty, it's okay because at least the other 5-star is pretty decent. If you're considering going for a weapon over an early constellation, the 4-stars here are actually somehow worse than the 4-stars here. So I would go early constellations over weapons. But yeah, and now for the character banners, also below average, right? 2 characters that aren't really good to have on banners. 1 character that is good if you don't already have her at C4, but one of the characters that the most amount of people will already have at C4. So it's alright if you don't have Xiangling at C4 already, otherwise it's a pretty bad banner. Overall, I'd go somewhat below average. Comparing them to the current banners, they're honestly relatively similar, I think, when it comes to the weapon banner. You also have a weapon that's like the Freedom Sword is the equivalent of Arlecchino's signature, where it's not even. I don't know, man. This is like a fine. It's on some characters, it's a fine stat stick. The 4-stars are worse. Like these 4-stars are better than the upcoming 4-stars, and that's I can't believe I'm saying that. But at least there's one weapon that's like actually useful. The 4-star lineup for the character banner, I think, is also worse for Arlecchino because Singto has more total relevant constellations that you want to get than Xiangling does, and the other 2 don't matter, just like the other 2 don't matter on the Arlecchino banner. And I think the 5-stars are also worse. Obviously, these 2 5-stars are pretty good. They're better than Arlecchino and Linny. So I do think that the upcoming banners are a bit worse than the current ones. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for this banner review. Let me know what you thought. Let me know if you do like the longer format. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay. What the fuck is that? I like it. Why is it so good? Thank you, J-Sterd, for blessing us with the Linny emote.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Can you check my minus 15k as well? It's from 2 hours ago. And fine, I'll go through all the minus 15ks. We have this chat. This is a terrible emote. What the heck? We have
This world I roam,
Hug a Hope. Nope.
of my home. This place,
Okay, moving on.
link I have to the land of my birth.
We have Ho no no no. That's funny to say. I don't know if I like the emote very much, but I like saying it. Ho no no no. It's funny to say, but I don't think I'm adding it. I'm sorry. It's a shit emote. No. Yeah, Rebozo. Hmm. Hmm. Chat? What is considered a good emote? I think the standard for a good emote is... What should be our standard for a good emote? Like, what's an exemplary good emote?
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Okay, Glorp. Glorp is a great example of a good emote. Okay? Oh, actually, no. Do you have games on your phone is a better example. So, the reason why do you have games on your phone is such a good emote is because it's the sort of emote that if you just see it and don't know what it's called, it's a little bit funny,
It is the last
but you're left wondering, what does it mean, right? And then you look at, what the name is, and you're like, oh, yeah, that kind of does look like a kid coming up to you and being like, do you have games on your phone?
this scenery
And that realization is funny
surely enough to
because
convince anyone to become a
it's like saying Ziox is a child. Haha. So it's funny on more than one level. And because of that, I just really like it. I'll test some of the cryo teams, but like, man, I don't know. I'm not a believer in the meld. I should definitely level Lila though. Who else did I want to level? Yunfei, right? Yeah, yeah. I'd rather level Lila right now though. Well, not now, but like, yeah. Lila's a good character. Yeah, Lila's a pretty good character. Well, yesn't. C1 Lila is a fine character. C6 Lila is a pretty good character. C0 Lila is pretty dog shit.
Time to go. Time to go.
C4. C4 is not real, chat. Like, it's not, it's cool and all. Like, if you want to just, like, hide the number, right? Okay. And read the effect. Yeah, well, that's a cool effect. But then you look at the number and you're like, oh, it's 5% of her max HP every time you shoot a star, which is, like, at the very most, like, 4 times a rotation, but more realistically, 3 times. Right? You get 15% of her max HP as additional damage. That's like 1.5 hit of her burst once it's actually leveled. That's not very much. The damage he gains from C6 really that significant? It kind of is, yeah. But it's also just that it compounds with the damage that she gains from C... Is it 5 or 3? 5 for war. I think it's 5? Yeah, it's 5. It compounds with the damage you gain from C5. Why are you so negative on everything today? Am I? I didn't realize.
Time to go.
You seem like everyday Jeff to me. I don't know if that's supposed to be nice or an insult.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them. If you
Wait.
Time to go.
You just talked about a bad banner, of course you're gonna be negative. I mean, I'm not really being... When I say that something is bad, that's not me being negative. When I say that something is annoying, or unfortunate, or makes me sad, that is me being negative, right? At least that's how I see it. What should we expect to see leaked gameplay for new drip characters? I want to plan ahead for my polls. Generally we get first leaks on kit, day of the patch or day after, and we get first video leaks of gameplay without any numbers, or like just the character doing their skills in the air like 2 days before after the patch, and then actual gameplay of the character in action somewhere within the week. Yeah, it's like the traditional video of the character walking, then running, then idle animations, then normal attack, then really slow normal attack string, then charge attack, then elemental skill, then elemental burst. Can you look at my minus 15k? Okay. If it's bad, you'll get banned. It's a good emote. That's a great emote. That is a great emote. Oh, sacre bleu! Oh! What does it mean? It doesn't actually mean anything. It's like... Yeah, like translating the meaning, it's the equivalent of like, oh goodness gracious. Well, no, it's more like, oh my god. Or like, honestly, no weighing is a good translation. We don't need more French things in this world. Listen, I hate the French as much as the next guy. But there are a few things that the French are actually good at. And exclaiming surprise is one of them. Sacre bleu is actually great. It's a great word. French swears are just top tier? No. Like, swearing in France is so boring. In Quebec, we know how to swear. Tell me which sounds more aggressive. Ah, putain de merde. La vache.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry
Or, calice de tabarnak.
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Hey, mon petit Chris.
Time to go.
Is because Quebecois has more sharp tones? Yeah. The swear words just also have a lot more t and k sounds. Which is better at evacuating your anger. I love how swears can be changed infinitely with just de. That is true. Calice de tabarnak de Christ, de calice de tabarnak de Christ, de calice de Christ, de calice. True. And then you can pull out the variations like Simonac. True.
Time to go.
That's my name, lol. True! What about va te faire enculer? I think that's something you can say in both France and Quebec. I don't think it's like the first reflex to say it in Quebec, because it's kind of... It's not as impactful as actually swearing.
Time to go.
So, the thing about that is, like... The direct translation of go fuck yourself would be va te faire foutre. But it just sounds so soft. Right? The word foutre is just so soft and it sounds kind. You know? And so, because of that, when you're really angry, you'd rather say va te faire enculer. Because the sounds in the word are more aggressive. Right? And so because of that, what that means is that go fuck yourself in French is... Or like, go get fucked, right? Is go get ass fucked instead. Anyways, good talk. I'm frozen, but emote from yesterday? Ain't no way. Nah. I don't think it's a good enough emote. I'm sorry. What, in your opinion, is the best language for swearing? Well, it's not like I know a lot of languages. Out of the 2 languages I speak, I can never fully express my anger in English. I just don't think it has a vocabulary for it. But when I am really angry, there are some English words in there. The thing is, Quebec, like, vulgarity, has a lot of English words in it. So it's like, it's a mix of French and English. That's why people usually go for racial slurs and slur. Okay, listen. That's a you thing. What are you yapping about, buddy? I'm a swearing in your second language is never as impactful as swearing in your native language. When I swear to my native tongue, I'm disrespecting a whole bloodline. True. Nothing hits quite as good. Or nothing hits quite like a good coup d'etat. True. True, true. No, that's not true, actually. Hmm. Anyways, chat, I've been thinking, how fucked is it that just straight up lying with no punchline is a really funny joke? Like, I don't know why I said joked. It's a really funny joke. Like, why is lying so funny? It's not, no, but like, for example, right? People ask me where my name comes from all the time. And saying, yeah, it's because Zajef is a swear in Romanian.
There are leaves around.
To someone who doesn't speak Romanian, they're gonna be like, huh.
Wish to hear it.
But it's so funny, right? like that's just funny. No? But like, why is it so funny? Oh yeah. Also, yeah, like me saying I'm 4'11". It's funny. Then they say really and you say no. It's not, dude, you get it, man. You truly get it. Okay, what's the lore behind your name? Zajef is a swear in Romanian. I thought you said that to make Zajef feel better about his height. No. No. I say it to make him feel worse about his height. Because when I say I'm 4'11", I'm lying. I'm not. I'm taller. And he's always gonna be 4'11". True. Nigga's 4'11"? Yeah, he is. Oh. He's like 4'10" and 3/4, but he rounds up. And you know what? Sure. You go, Short King. Why are men so insecure about their height? Because height is perceived as a attractive trait. Like, being tall is perceived as attractive. High jokes are pretty low blow as a concept. So, high jokes are pretty low blow if the person is actually short. But high jokes as a form of lying are really funny. Like, it wouldn't be funny to call Nick 4'11 if he was 4'11. Or even if he was like 5'1 or 5'2, whatever, right? It's funny because he is taller than average.
Time to go.
Like, the joke here isn't, wow, Omega lol, isn't it funny that he's short? That would be kind of a shitty joke to make, you're right. Right? The joke is, wow, isn't it funny that I can convince people of something that he's just literally not? Yeah, like, the funny is the absurdity of it, not the height, right? But I get how someone who's not in on the joke could perceive it as kind of a shitty joke. Like, I get it. You're saying I'll be funny if I say I'm 6'2", but I'm really 5'4"? I mean, Nick says he's 6'5" all the time. It is funny, yeah. It's both funny when he says he's like 7 foot tall, and when I say he's 4'11". As an object of height jokes in my college years, I can tell when a height joke is toxic. This one is harmless. I'm glad you think so. I guess I was 5'10" at most. I'm gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, the reason why the misinformation campaign about Nick's height has been so successful is because there's a lot of truth in there, right? I say he's 4'11", well, actually he's 4'10 3/4, but he rounds up, because in reality, he's 5'10 3/4 and he rounds up to 5'11", sometimes even to 6. I am actually 1/4 of an inch taller than him. So when I say I'm 4'11", it makes it, like, and then I say, and he's 4'10 3/4, I mean, the height difference is there, and so if we're in pictures together, people are gonna be like, oh, this, if he's so short, why aren't you taller than him? Like, that's part of it, you know? But yeah, for the Europeans in chat, 5 foot in centimeters is 152. 6 foot in centimeters is 182. It's basically between 150 and 180. And each inch is like 3 point something centimeters. So 5'11" is like a little bit below 180 centimeters.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Wait, 2.5? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. My bad. Yeah, 5'11" is about 180. 411 is about 150. Fashion Kun, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. You can't control... Like, you can't make a study that pretends to look at the biological impact on attraction, because you can't just remove people's learned behavior. Like, it's inherently not something that is studyable unless you cut people off from the outside world and basically torture them for like tens of years. Like, it's not... It's a sort of study that is just straight up impossible to do. Like, you're straight up... Research studies take learned behavior into account. How do they control for it? How the hell do you control for learned behavior? Like... Huh? We need to find a study. Tallness in men is just generally attractive. Yeah, but that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is the reason for that attraction is biological. Which might be true, but I don't see how you could ever actually be sure of that. What I'm saying is that biology takes a bigger role than learned behavior. Again, I don't think you... I don't see a world where there's reasonable methodology that gets to that conclusion as a 100% certainty. Or even not 100%, even like 95% certainty. I feel that it's... I can't think of a methodology that gets there. Are there studies about it? You can't study... You can't separate people from their learned behavior, right? So I find it very... I don't know. I would definitely need to look at those studies. Because I don't know how you can separate the variables. It's not like you have people that don't have learned behavior as a control group, right? So, and what you could find is that
Leaves around.
different groups of people that learned different behaviors through being raised in different societies would have different values, and you could account for how much variation there is through those, but accounting for how much of that is from the learned behavior and how much is biological, I don't see how it's possible. Either way, the reason where people were finding it a little bit weird that you said that was your phrasing, Fashion Kun. I don't know if English is your first language or not. I think it's a little bit less... Actually, no, you know what? I don't think it's that bad in this case. Like, we are actually talking in a scientific context. Saying females instead of women here actually kind of makes sense. Said females and then said men. Yeah, I guess that is kind of weird. But I don't know. I feel like you can chalk that off to brain lag.
Follow the wind.
Does Mr. Streamer have a degree? No. I have a lot of credits. I'm a few classes off of a degree, but I don't need a degree, so there's no real point. What were you studying? I was studying physics and math. Ever thinking of going back? I'll probably finish my degree one day. Maybe. I don't think I'll go back in the same program though. I'd probably switch to statistics. Hopefully my credits carry over. I can still... Yeah. What was your favorite branch of physics and math? I liked probabilities and statistics, but it was too easy. The only subject that both interested me and was hard enough for me to be intellectually challenging was when I started getting into analysis. Like real analysis, complex analysis, all that good stuff. The late, or like the third and fourth year physics classes also challenged me to some extent, but I didn't actually enjoy the subject matter. I'm sure I would have enjoyed if I stayed longer. I'm sure I would have enjoyed topology, yeah. Topology would have probably been a fucking banger.
Time to go.
But I don't know. Did you ever dabble in CS? I took a Python 101 class. And that's it. I liked optics and all things related. I kind of liked optics, but it was way too easy, and it just bored me to death. My teacher was, like, nice and all, but, like... optics... mechanics... I don't know, man. It just... I mean, I'm sure it gets more interesting once you get later, and it's not just, like, the intro classes and, like, the second and third year classes, but, like... I don't know, man. It just... I don't know. Things like optics weren't intellectually challenging enough. What's it like with the career change to streaming? Intellectual challenge isn't necessary, but it is necessary when what you're doing is learning, right? I don't need something to be challenging when I'm teaching it or talking about it or experiencing it. But I do need to be challenging if I'm learning it, otherwise it's gonna bore me to death.
Time to go.
Because when teaching something, even if the subject itself isn't challenging, finding the best way of explaining it so that... The way I look at it is, I want to be able to explain it to as wide of a range as possible for them to understand. Right? So you don't want to get
Surely enough to
too
convince anyone to be
dumbed down so that the people that get it fast feel like you're being condescending and talked down to. But you also want to make it so that even an idiot can get it. Right? And that's optimizing that range, making it as large as possible, is what interests me. Right? That's what I like. That's what I enjoy. And that range is just as easy or hard to maximize when the subject is easy as when the subject is hard.
Follow the wind.
So the lack of an intellectual challenge in learning as a streamer doesn't really bother me. But I do kind of miss it sometimes, for sure. I do think I'm dumber than I used to be. But that might just be because I'm getting older. My brain is dying. Do you find philosophy challenging? I wouldn't call it challenging. Unironically, I think if challenging is a word you'd use to describe philosophy, you don't get philosophy. Or you're doing philosophy, you're looking at philosophy and learning about philosophy for the wrong reasons. You could say a specific philosopher's writing is challenging because they can't fucking write for shit, or the translation is dog shit, or whatever, right? But that's different from philosophy is challenging. I do find philosophy interesting. Sometimes. I also think that Reading philosophy books is a really boring way of learning about philosophy. I don't want it spelled out for me.
Follow the wind.
I don't want someone else's thoughts. I want my thoughts. I don't know. I don't know how to really just consume media that poorly represents that philosophy. True! No one likes being told how to think. I mean, yes and no. Like, I think a lot of what makes philosophy interesting is the way your brain gets there. And I just think that it's boring if the way you get there is just by reading someone who thinks that way. I don't know. I usually read Wikipedia for surface reading. Paste.
Wherever in this world I roam, I
You can entertain a thought without accepting it. Yeah, but I feel like
this blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
I don't know how to explain it. People are hurt very easily these days. Nobody likes being challenged. People like to be validated every step of the way. Damn, bro. You're deep. Yeah. People like when people agree with them. People don't like when people disagree with them. Honestly, modern day people are so bad. It was so much better back in the good old days when nobody cared about disagreements and everything was great. These youngsters. These woke young people. For example, you can read Kant and read people who refute Kant. I mean, I find there to be very little value in establishing a methodology for arriving at the one true moral outcome. So whether I read people who agree or disagree with Kant, I kind of don't give a shit. I do agree that a certain, like, certain amount of rating is going to be necessary to get you started, but after that, I don't know, man. Like, I don't really enjoy reading philosophy anymore. I think outside reading is necessary to challenge your own beliefs because it's hard to do that by yourself. Brother, you don't know me. I am way too insecure not to do that by myself already.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
I don't know, man. How do you determine what's right and wrong without any ethical frameworks? Vibes. Vibe-based philosophy is so much better than all these fucking losers writing books and shit.
Time to go.
Bro. But I think you said bribes, not vibes. I don't know. At the end of the day, people arrive at their moral position based on their intuition and not some calculation or rules. They just do it's right or wrong because it feels right or wrong. Yeah. I think it's interesting to question that. But if you're willing to question your own decisions, if you do question your own decisions every time you make a decision anyways, then having a framework isn't as necessary. If you're never convinced that what you're doing is morally right or wrong, and you're always, in every situation, open to listen to people that disagree with you, the framework becomes a lot less useful. Oh. I am so high.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Lo-fi really adds to the atmosphere of these conversations. True. My storage is at 62 out of 64 gigabytes. What do I do? Uninstall Honkai Star Rail. Bro. Uninstall your Photos apps. Uninstall your iOS or maybe or your uninstall your like operational system. Uninstall uninstall your yeah. Uninstall your phone app. Delete all the pictures of your family and friends.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Nefarious Bread, I think that's a bad take. This you said there's mostly a reason why they use complicated words. They want to be precise. Stop complaining. It's a skill issue. If all you care about is the precision of your own thoughts, you don't have to write a fucking book, right? If you write a book, it's because you want to convey your thoughts to other people. And if the words you use, like if you use a lot of jargon that creates a barrier of entry, then it is on them for not being able to find a word that is both precise and known enough that it's going to be very understandable. These people aren't writing their books for 120 years in the future. They have a specific point they're trying to make, and usually it's a comprehensive one that's quite complicated. That's why they're hard to read. Well, usually that's a fair point, but then it's still not on the reader. Like,
And I know just
then the issue is on the publisher who's
you wish to hear it.
reprinting the books without adapting them for current day language. Like if language has changed so that certain parts of the book become really hard to understand, then you should change your fucking book. You don't read Shakespeare like he wrote his fucking things. God, that would be a massive pain in the ass. I mean, some people do, but there's something wrong with them.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Isn't that why you take classes that accompany those books, though, to explain the greater context? Yeah! And the point I think that we're making is, it sucks that you have to do that. You know? And I think that responding to that with "that's on you" skill issue is kind of missing the point, right? Like, sure, but also that's not the point that was made. The point isn't it sucks that I don't understand it, is it sucks that there's that additional barrier that makes it so less people will be able to understand it.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
I don't think there is a way for publishers to fix it. Well, philosophy, a lot of it is debated and up for interpretation. Then interpret it.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince
It's not gonna
anyone
sell
to
as
become a
well.
wanderer.
Anyways. In academia, philosophy is written for other academics, which all read the same articles. Yeah, and that's cringe. Is I guess the point I'm making.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Like that, I think that's cringe. I think it shouldn't. Anyways.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
I don't know. I feel like I get so much more insight from a video essay talking about why No Face from Spirited Away is an incel than I do from reading a philosophy book from 300 years ago. I feel like the ways it makes me think just resonate with me a lot more. DJ is such a good essayist. Thanks for introducing me to them. Yeah. That's a real video? It is. And it's a great one. I don't know. I feel like
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a
philosophers that aren't also novelists are kind of ass. It's probably why I like Camus so much. Right? Like, getting through the myth of Sisyphus is a fucking chore.
I carry memories of my home. This
But reading The Stranger is a pleasure all the way
I
through.
have to the land of my birth.
And reading through The Stranger gave me the motivation I needed to get through the myth of Sisyphus. Although, ironically, I don't think I ever finished the book. I always get bored at some point and then put it down and then start over every couple of months or years. Which is very ironic. Because... it is, but hey, listen. Listen, okay? Is that not what it's all about? True. Does l'étranger hit different in French and in English? I don't know. I've never read it in English. Felt the same irony while reading Kafka's process. That makes sense. It's just, I don't know. It's so much easier for your mind to
There are leaves
get to the point that's being made by
just
itself
to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
than it is to just have someone spell it out. And it's so much more interesting. I don't know. Some books are meant to be discussed in an academic nature. That's fair. I don't know. What do you think about reading manga? I mean, it depends on what it is. If you read Boruto, you're a loser. But like, oh, and you know what? Actually, this is actually a good segue. I
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home.
I think Vinland Saga is a very good example of a modern day story
To the land of my birth.
that just does more to make me think than reading a philosophy essay would ever would.
This scenery is wonderful.
Like,
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
it's not just about like, ooh, isn't it so cool that he doesn't, want to fight people? It's also like, he's truly committed to his ideology and his view of the world. And you know that in the real world, it wouldn't happen like it does in the story. The story's trying to make a point. The story's
I carry memories.
having unrealistic characters. Obviously, they're fictional, all that shit, whatever, right?
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is
But I think that
surely enough to convince anyone to become a
the
wanderer.
way the story's not really afraid of presenting Thorfinn as a fucking loser in some way. Like, I think the story would be so much less impactful if what's her name didn't die. Like, I think it's fair to say that she died because Thorfinn was too committed to not
And I know just
fighting,
the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear.
right? And I forgot her name. Yeah, I did not get myself past season 1, but I should. Just don't watch it. I started with season 2. I fucking loved it. Fahrenheit, yeah, that's her name. Thank you. The reason why Thorfinn's I Have No Enemies hits as hard as it does, I think, is because
Wherever in this world
you know
I carry memories.
that his way of thinking causes harm to some people.
It is the last link I have.
Being too committed to it has a whole lot of fucking terrible consequences. And you know that he knows it too. And that's why his unwavering commitment to it is so impactful, I
This
guess.
scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Yeah, that's fair, Virus. His dad's commitment to a similar philosophy is the reason why Thorfinn was, you know, he lost his dad. He had a hellish 20 years of life. It was because of his dad. And it's just, yeah, like it's just very,
Wherever in
it
this
feels
world
like it presents,
I carry memories of my home. This blade.
it feels like it's not afraid to, it doesn't shy away from the negatives of its own philosophy. And I don't know, I just like that. What you're saying is it's more impactful when ideas are conveyed in a more tangible way. It's not just tangible, it's also entertaining, yeah. Like, unironically, people retain information better when they're having fun. People engage with the subject matter so much more when they're enjoying themselves. I think that just straight up philosophy texts, like essays and whatnot, are fine, but I don't think the best way to learn from them is to just read them. Talking about them with peers can be a good way of turning that text into a tangible, engaging way of thinking about the subject matter. But just reading it, for me at least, just isn't. Usually philosophy texts are in fact discussions or arguments. Yeah, but like I don't give a shit about a, a guy who died 200 years ago disagreeing with a guy who died 2,000 years ago. You know? Anyways.
This scenery is wonderful.
What is this?
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Hmm.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the
But yeah, like this is interesting. The thing is, I haven't played Helldivers, so it's hard for me to I don't have all the context, right? So Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's... I half agree with this. I think the reality is that this is pushing intentions on the devs that aren't necessarily theirs, right?
This
Like,
scenery is wonderful. Surely enough.
I don't think the
to
devs
become
intended
a wanderer.
for fascists to see this and realize they're the bad guys. I think it was more for people who already don't like fascists to see this and be like, oh, a game where we play as the bad guys, cool. Right? Like it's fair to say that, like, satire, if your target audience can't distinguish satire from, like, real intent, then you made bad satire. Like, that's a fair point. But, like, who is their target audience? Is it the fascists, or is it...
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Is it trying to confront them, or is it trying to make fun of them? Right? If it's trying to make fun of them, it doesn't matter what they think of it. If it's trying to confront them, then it does.
Wherever in this world.
Alright, this is a dev saying, I find it funny they don't get it. This isn't saying, I'm so angry they don't get it.
To the land of my birth.
Yeah, it is funny that someone can play a game that is obviously satire. I mean, again, I'm going off of what I'm told because I haven't played it. Apparently, it's obviously satire. It is funny if someone doesn't get obvious satire. Like, yeah, that is a funny situation.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like... Wait, is the person who sent this not here anymore? To clarify their position deeper in the thread? What do you mean? The responses to other people? Can you tell me which one so I don't have to read every single message in this thread? Or what? Like... Add? I can't. I mean, their position seems to be their intentions coexist with their results, and their results matter more. Okay, their results is that a lot of people are laughing at fascists, and they made a lot of money off of fascists. Like I feel like it's I don't know. Clearly, it's not unbelievably clear enough. But, like, why? Right? Like, why? Who... This approaches this situation with the presumption that they wanted fascists to not like it. And I haven't seen anything supporting that. Fascists are fucking idiots. Trying to make a piece of media for people that are incredibly media illiterate doesn't seem like a very productive use of your time. I don't think that fascists are the target audience. The target audience isn't them, so what they think about it doesn't speak to a success or a failure of the intent of the game. His position is that he wants more media from the perspective of the resistance fighters. But, like, if that was his position, he would have made a thread on how good a game about a resistance fighter is. His position is very clearly, this piece of satire shouldn't exist or shouldn't have been done. Right? Like, yeah, it's fair to say that there definitely needs to be some media that actually outright confronts fascist ideas. Yeah, sure. And, like, I can agree with that. I can agree with time to start supporting the media production we want to see in the world and all that. But, like, does that mean that satire is not allowed to exist? Because satire, by definition, will never be obvious enough for a fucking stupid idiot to be able to get it. The only way they'll be able to get it is if it's not satire anymore, is if you outright tell them. And then, does that mean that satire shouldn't exist? Or does satire have a place, but, like, for people that think it's gonna be funny? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's... Like, when I see things like this, what I think isn't, oh no, the developers are Helldivers failed at their mission. But like when I see people like this, I'm just like, look at how dumb this guy is. One of his other statements that they made the bad people that the creators were satirizing too cool. I mean, on one hand, yeah, it's gonna make it harder for fucking idiots to get that it's satire. On the other, it is funnier, but also the flip side of that is that if you never make villains cool, then you're not preparing someone for an actual fascist who's also appealing to an aesthetic sense of being cool. So I feel like there's no objective right way of doing it. Anyways. Yeah, I know, Manushi. We talked about that when we watched it the first time. Or the second time. I don't know. I forgot. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I understand the criticism here. I just think they're being a bit... I think they're conflating their desire for a specific piece of media with criticism for something that isn't that. You know? Like... It's not like they're saying... their satire isn't obvious. Like, they're sort of saying they are failing miserably at satirizing. How do you fail at satirizing? If the criteria for failure at satire is that some people don't get it, then every satire is failed satire. Like, the people that don't get it, yeah, exactly. The people that don't get it are part of why satire is funny. I feel like they just don't understand the goal of satire. I don't know, man. I personally disagree with this thread very much. Anyways, I think that's going to be it for the day. I hope you guys enjoyed your stay. Okay, business. This feels like the opposite of the POV you had on philosophy text. Why? Because in the one case, the author had a responsibility to make themselves understood. I mean, they're writing an essay. They're writing an academic essay. The purpose of academia is learning things. Yeah. They do have a responsibility to make the learning learnable. The purpose of making a video game is providing entertainment, so they don't have that same responsibility. Not everyone is gonna... I want to answer. I'm tired. We can pick this back up maybe tomorrow or something. We will see. We can raid Fang. Surely in an academic context, making yourself understood of the layman is less important. Well, I think it depends on which branch of academics. Sure, making yourself understood in a physics paper isn't as important. But, like, it isn't physics, it's philosophy. Philosophy doesn't exist and do things. Philosophy's purpose is the way in which it affects other people's thoughts and your thoughts. Physics' purpose is the way it can make you do things. I think philosophy is inherently something that needs to be more focused on its teaching. For the same reason, I'd hold a higher standard of grammar in an academic paper on linguistics than an academic paper on math. I'd hold a higher standard of ease of understanding for a paper on philosophy than for a paper on physics. Does that make sense? Anyways, go say hi to Fang. Oh, she's playing Honkai Impact 3rd. What raid message? League when? League when? Alright. Let's see you guys on. Bye-bye.